Welcome back, weary hearts and wandering minds. I'm Lou, and now begins your moment of calm and wonder. Step closer, and let's dive together into this magical experience. You think you know Hogwarts, but prepare yourself. Today, we reveal secrets hidden for generations. Secret chambers, lost artifacts, ancient magic, and stories whispered through the halls of the castle. So sit back, breathe deeply, and relax while listening to the secrets of the Hogwarts Houses. You feel your shoulders soften, as if someone Tivest gently placed a warm cloak around you. The noise of the world fades, like a door closing softly behind you. In front of you, another door waits, old oak, iron hinges, a brass handle polished by centuries of curious hands. You don't remember caminhar até aqui, mas está tudo bem. Tonight, you are exactly onde precisa estar. You reach out and touch the wood. It is cool under your fingers, alive with quiet memory. For a moment you think you hear distant voices, like echoes trapped between the fibers of the door. Laughter, whispers, a faint song. The air around you smells of wax, parchment, and a hint of rain. Somewhere, a clock you cannot see marks the passing of time, though here, time feels different. You open the door. On the other side, there is no corridor crowded with students. There is no rush, no clatter of cauldrons or flutter of owls. Há apenas salão longo e silencioso, iluminado por velas suspensas no ar, como pequenas estrelas indecisas entre o céu e a terra. The stone floor reflects their gentle light, turning shadows into soft pools of ink. You step inside, and the door closes behind you with a sigh, as if the castle itself has just exhaled. You walk slowly, your footsteps almost soundless. Along one side of the hall, tall windows frame the night. Rain traces delicate rivers down the glass, catching the moonlight, turning every drop into a silver rune in motion. Beyond the glass, the grounds of Hogwarts sleep under a misty veil. The forbidden forest, a dark silhouette. The lake, a stretch of moving shadow. Inside, everything feels safe, like a secret kept just for you. On the opposite wall, you notice them. 4 great banners hanging side by side. Scarlet and gold, green and silver, blue and bronze, yellow and black. They do not move with the wind, because here there is no wind, only the quiet breath of magic. As you draw nearer, you feel something shift inside you. It's not fear, but a gentle awareness, like remembering a dream you almost forgot. Each banner seems to hum with its own tone, a note in an ancient chord. You don't hear it with your ears. You feel it in your chest, your hands, the back of your neck. You stop in the middle of the hall. The candles above you flicker, as if watching. The banners glow very softly, not with light, but with presence. You realize você não está apenas diante de tecidos coloridos. You are standing in front of stories, old, patient, and waiting. You think you know Hogwarts, a calm voice murmurs close to your ear, though no one stands beside you. Você conhece os brasões, as cores, os lemas repetidos em pôsteres e testes online. But the houses were not born as symbols. They were born as hearts. You breathe in slowly. The scent of books and dust grows stronger, mixed with herbs, ink, and something deeper, like the smell of rain on old stone. A soft warmth spreads through your chest, as if someone acendeu uma vela lá dentro. You feel both very small and strangely important, como se o castelo tivesse aberto uma fresta só para você. You walk in a school of stone. The unseen voice continues, gentle and wise. But Hogwarts is not only corridors and classrooms. It is a living memory of 4 souls who olharam para o mesmo mundo e viram caminhos diferentes. Courage, wisdom, ambition, kindness. 4 ways of caminhar pela mesma noite. You look up at the banners again. Scarlet and gold seem to pulse with the memory of roaring fires and racing hearts. Blue and bronze shine like quiet stars reflected on ink-dark water. Green and silver ripple like moonlight on a hidden river beneath the earth. Yellow and black rest like a field after the harvest, calm and steady, holding more life than the eye can see. As you stand there, you begin to notice something else. Behind each banner, the wall feels thinner, like there is a passage that does not exist on any map. You don't see doors or archways, but your skin prickles, telling you there is more. Secret chambers, lost artifacts, ancient magic, not only in books, but behind these silent colors. You feel it, don't you? The voice smiles, warm like a cup of tea held between cold hands. Every house keeps a secret. Not only the dark ones told in hurried whispers, but quiet secrets, of choices, of hopes, of mistakes that still echo. Tonight, you are not here to judge them. You are here to listen. You take another step forward, and the candles above you dim for a heartbeat, then brighten again. The hall seems to lean a little closer, like a listener inclining the head. You sense that, in this place, your curiosity is a kind of spell. The more you wonder, the more the castle awakens. You feel your own life out there beyond these stones, your worries, your doubts, the small and heavy things you carry todos os dias. Here, they feel lighter, as if placed gently on a nearby table for a while. You are not escaping the world. You are learning a different way to Olhar para Ili. Every house, the voice continues, holds a lesson not apenas para bruxos, but for anyone who has ever walked through shadows looking for light. Courage is not only fighting monsters. Wisdom is not only answering riddles. Ambition is not only climbing stairs. Kindness is not only smiling at strangers. The magic is deeper. It lives in how you choose, again and again, who you are becoming. You let those words settle, like snowflakes on still water. For a moment the banners blur. In their place, you see flashes. A sword rising from a hat in a moment of pure courage. A girl with a stolen diadem running through a forest of regret. A boy que fala com serpentes in a language older than fear. A laughing witch conjurando banquetes para que ninguém vá dormir com fome. You blink and the visions fade, leaving only color and cloth. But something inside you stays awake. You notice, the voice says softly, that the secrets of the houses are not only about them. They are about you, about your own chambers, long locked, your own artifacts, forgotten in drawers of memory, your own spells, waiting to be spoken. A gentle breeze passes through the hall, though the windows remain closed. The candles tilt, their flames bending as if bowing. The rain outside grows a little stronger, then softer again, like a heartbeat finding its rhythm. You feel time stretch, not like a chain, but like a road, long, quiet, full of turns you have not yet taken. For tonight, the voice murmurs, you walk as both seeker and witness. You are not here to prove yourself to a house. You are here to let each house reveal a part of the path that runs inside your own chest. This is a journey of mystery, yes, but also of hope, of courage, of transformation. You take a slow breath, filling your lungs with candle-warm air. As you exhale, a little of your tension leaves with it, dissolving into the high, shadowed ceiling. Your body relaxes, but your attention sharpens gently, like a lantern flame steadied by a careful hand. You feel present, awake, and at the same time, ready to drift with the current of this story. Far ahead, at the end of the hall, something glows. Not bright, not demanding, apenas uma pequena luz dourada, como uma memória que se recusa a apagar. It seems to wait, patient, certain that you will eventually come closer. You don't know yet which house it belongs to. You only know it is calling. Tonight, the voice says, almost in a whisper, we begin not with answers, but with listening. To the stones, to the banners, to the quiet places inside you that have been asking há muito tempo, por pouco de atenção. You stand there, in the heart of the silent hall, between rain and firelight, between banners and shadows. This is only the beginning, and you can feel it, like the first chord of a long, beautiful song. The secrets of Hogwarts have waited for centuries. They can wait a few breaths more. So you close your eyes for a moment, you breathe in, you breathe out, and when you open them again, you are ready to take your first step toward the stories that the houses have kept, not to frighten you, but to gently remind you of the magic you've been carrying all along. And somewhere, just ahead, the first secret begins to stir. The golden light at the end of the hall does not rush toward you. It waits. It lets you decide. You notice that this is already a kind of magic, not the kind that explodes in sparks, but the kind that respects your pace. So you take a slow breath, feeling the air move through you like a gentle tide. Then you begin to walk. With every step, the sound of your footsteps grows softer, as if the stones beneath you are learning your rhythm and adapting to it. You pass beneath floating candles that bow their flames as you go, little arcs of light curving in quiet greeting. The rain outside becomes a steady whisper, like someone turning pages in a distant library. Time stretches, not heavy, but spacious, giving you room to feel, to notice, to remember. As you draw closer, you see that the golden glow is not coming from a torch or a lantern. It is seeping out from behind the scarlet and gold banner, the one marked by a lion whose eyes seem to meet yours, even in the dim light. For a moment, you wonder if the lion is painted, or if it is simply waiting, very still. You think you know this house, the calm voice of Lou murmurs, warm and amused. The house of heroes, of roaring courage, of names sung in the great hall. But courage has secrets too, especially the courage no one ever sees. You feel a small flutter in your chest, a mixture of curiosity and something quieter, almost like shyness. When people speak of bravery, they tend to speak of battles, duels, dragons. But your life is full of smaller moments, conversations avoided, chances hesitated, truths left unsaid. Tonight, the lion does not stare at you like a judge. It watches like someone who remembers every time you stood up, and every time you wished you had. The banner ripples, though there is no breeze. Behind it, the glow brightens, then narrows into the shape of a doorway. Not a grand arch, not a gate of iron and stone. A Pinasuma abertura simples, tall enough for you to pass through if you dare. You step closer, and the warmth grows stronger, like standing near a well-tended fire. You feel the heat before you see the flames, Lou whispers. This is the first secret of the lion. Courage is not born when you shout. It is born when you stand too close to something that frightens you, and stay anyway. You reach out and brush the edge of the banner with your fingers. The fabric is heavy, thick, and unexpectedly soft, like an old cloak that has seen many winters. As you push it aside, the doorway welcomes you with a breath of warm air scented with wood smoke, leather, and the faintest hint of something sweet. Chocolate, perhaps, or toasted bread. You step through. On the other side is a circular room wrapped in shadow and light. A fire crackles in a wide stone hearth, sending flickers of gold across worn armchairs and scattered cushions. Books lie abandoned on tables, blankets rest in soft heaps, and the ceiling curves overhead like the inside of a gentle, protective hand. You have not been here before, but your body relaxes as if it remembers. This is not the common room you know from stories, Lou tells you softly. This is the heart of the lion, stripped of noise and applause. Here, the banners are lowered, the armor is set aside, and the brave do something far more difficult than saving the world. You walk toward the fire. The flames are not wild. They do not leap or roar. They move in slow, thoughtful patterns, like dancers who know there is no need to rush. Accents of deep ruby and soft amber curl together, turning the logs into glowing sculptures of light and ash. You feel the warmth touch your skin, then sink deeper, into your chest, your stomach, the places where worry likes to hide. You lower yourself into a chair near the hearth. The cushions sigh, welcoming your weight, and for a moment You simply sit there, watching the fire breathe, your thoughts quiet, as if someone gently placed a hand on them and asked them to rest. You realize that perhaps this is the first secret. Bravery begins in stillness, not in shouting. Heroes are often remembered for the loudest moments of their lives, Lou says. But the lion knows better. The lion knows the quiet nights before the battle, when hands tremble just a little. The lion knows the mornings when courage is not a roar, but a whisper. I will try again today. You feel something sting softly behind your eyes. Not because you are sad, exactly, but because the words touch a place you rarely show to others. The place where you keep all your almosts, your not-yets, your maybe-one-days. You had thought courage belonged only to those who never doubted. Now, sitting here, you begin to suspect the truth is gentler. Above the fireplace hangs a sword, not the famous one from the stories, not glittering with gems or shining with impossible polish. This blade is simpler, its metal worn, its hilt wrapped in leather darkened by use. Yet when the firelight hits it, you see something strange. Reflections, not only of the room, but of faces, young, old, laughing, crying, determined. You notice how the blade doesn't gleam with perfection, Lou murmurs. It gleams with memory. Real courage is like that. Not clean, not untouched, but marked by every moment you chose to stand when it would have been easier to disappear. As you watch, the sword does not leap from the wall. It does not choose you in a flash of destiny. Instead, you feel a quiet question rise from it, as if from an old friend. Where, in your life, are you being asked to stay present, even when you are afraid? Your mind drifts to conversations you have postponed, decisions you keep circling around, dreams you call impossible just to keep them safely distant. The fire does not judge these things. It simply illuminates them, the way it lights up every line and crack in the stone around it. The second secret of the lion, Lou says, is that courage is not always visible. The world loves grand gestures. But there is a quieter courage in opening your heart after it has been hurt, in getting out of bed on a heavy morning, in asking for help when your pride would rather suffer in silence. The room seems to listen with you. Shadows move gently along the walls, not menacing, but contemplative, like old thoughts finally stretching after too long sitting still. You realize that this house, this aspect of Hogwarts, is not trying to turn you into someone else. It is trying to show you the bravery you already carry, the kind you keep dismissing because it does not look like a duel on a tower or a leap onto a dragon's back. You glance down at your own hands, resting on the arms of the chair. They do not look heroic. They look like hands that have washed dishes, held pens, scrolled screens, wiped tears. And yet, as you watch them in the soft light, you feel a curious tenderness for them. They have done more than you give them credit for. You feel a warmth spread through your chest, Lou narrates gently. Not like a burst of fireworks, but like embers being stirred back to life. You begin to understand that courage is not a costume you put on when the world is watching. It is a small, persistent light you choose to guard, especially when no one sees. The fire crackles, sending a small spray of sparks up the chimney. Outside, the rain softens, as if the sky itself is listening more quietly now. You realize you are breathing more slowly than before, each inhale deeper, each exhale releasing tiny, unseen knots inside you. The lion's greatest lesson, Lou continues, voice like a hand on your shoulder, is that you do not have to feel ready to be brave. You only have to be willing. Willing to take one step into the unknown. Willing to speak one honest sentence. Willing to choose what is right, even when your knees shake. For a moment, the firelight flares brighter, and you see something reflected in the glass of a nearby window. Not the outside world, but yourself, sitting by the hearth. You do not look like a hero. You look like a human being learning to trust the small light inside your chest. And somehow, that feels more powerful. You notice, Lou says softly, that the room is not asking you to prove anything. It is simply showing you who you have been all along. someone who has survived every hard day so far, someone que ainda está aqui, ouvindo, curioso. This, too, is courage. Silence settles, but it is not empty. It is full of possibilities, like a page waiting beneath a poised pen. You sit with it for a while, letting the warmth and the words soak into places that rarely receive such gentle attention. Then, slowly, the glow in the fireplace begins to soften. The shadows deepen around the edges of the room. You understand that this part of the journey, this quiet encounter with the lion's heart, is not ending exactly, but folding itself into you. You will carry it when you leave the chair, when you leave the hall, when you wake tomorrow and face your ordinary dragons. The secret of this house, Lou murmurs, voice now almost a whisper, is that true courage does not ask you to be louder than everyone else. It asks you to be truer to yourself, to walk even slowly toward the light you were made to carry. You stand up, feeling a little different, not transformed into someone else, but more fully yourself. The fire bows low, shrinking into calm embers, as if nodding in farewell. You turn toward the doorway through which you came, and as you pass under the banner, the lion's eyes seem softer, almost proud. On the other side, you are once again in the long candlelit hall. The rain still paints silver runes on the windows. The other banners wait in their quiet places, blue and bronze, green and silver, yellow and black, each holding its own kind of mystery. You realize that tonight is not about choosing a single house to belong to. It is about listening to the parts of yourself each house understands. You take a breath, feeling the embers of courage glowing gently inside you, no longer hidden. Then you lift your gaze toward the next banner, where a cool, star-like light begins to awaken, and the castle seems to lean closer, ready to share another secret. The star-like light shimmers softly behind the blue and bronze banner, not bright enough to blind you, just enough to call you closer. You feel the warmth of the lion's fire still resting in your chest, but as you step toward the next house, the air shifts. It becomes cooler, finer, almost crystalline, like the first breath you take when stepping outside on a quiet winter dawn. The candles above you steadier their flames, as if sensing the presence of something that prefers stillness over spectacle. The banner of Ravenclaw hangs motionless, yet the air around it hums with a delicate vibration, like a harp string plucked by an invisible hand. You feel it, don't you? Lou's voice drifts beside you, warm, curious, tinged with quiet awe. This house does not roar or challenge. It invites. You step closer. The scent changes, leaving behind smoke and embers for parchment, ink, and the faint whisper of night air passing through open windows high in ancient towers. Somewhere above, an owl beats its wings softly, its feathers slicing the silence like a quill writing a careful line. As you brush your fingers along the edge of the banner, the fabric feels lighter, almost weightless, as if woven from moonlight rather than thread. Behind it, a soft blue glow curls out from a narrow archway. You did not see it before, but now it reveals itself with gentle certainty, like a thought that finally decides to surface. You walk, Lou narrates, not into a room of answers, but into a chamber shaped by questions. You step inside. The space is wide and impossibly tall, rising into darkness where the ceiling dissolves into shadow. Shelves spiral upward, carved directly into the smooth stone walls, carrying books bound in leather, silver, velvet, and something that looks suspiciously like starlight itself. Some books glow faintly, their spines pulsing like fireflies trapped between pages. In the center of the room, a round table holds a few open volumes, their ink shifting colors as you watch, forming diagrams, constellations, maps of thought. But the heart of the room is not the books. It is the silence, not an empty silence, a full one, alive, attentive, as though the chamber itself is listening to every breath you take. Wisdom, Lou whispers, begins when you learn to hear what silence wants to tell you. A tall, arched window rises behind the table, revealing a sky thick with clouds and stars intertwined like threads of silver and midnight. The rain has stopped out there, but droplets still cling to the glass, catching starlight and scattering it into tiny galaxies. You walk closer. Each footstep feels softer, as though the floor is cushioned in a thin layer of understanding. This is the secret of the eagle, Lou continues, voice quiet as feathers falling. Not brilliance, not perfection. Awareness. You approach the table. One of the books, a slender one bound in deep blue leather, shifts slightly, as if nudging itself toward you. You hesitate. Touching knowledge feels different from touching fire. Fire warms you. Knowledge changes you. Still, you extend your hand. The cover is cool beneath your fingers, with a texture like stone that has been polished by centuries of guiding hands. When you lift it, the pages rustle, not with the sound of paper, but like wings unfurling. On the first page, there is only one sentence. Wisdom is not what you know, but what you notice. The words seem to ripple, then fade, then reappear in a different form, as if the book is adjusting itself to match the way your mind understands things. You feel your pulse slow, your thoughts settle, like snowflakes drifting into clear patterns on a frozen lake. Ravenclaw's secret is starting to reveal itself. People believe this house values intelligence, Lou says softly. But intelligence is only the surface of a much deeper river. Ravenclaw seeks something quieter, a mind willing to wander and willing to wonder. You let your gaze move across the room. A quill writes on its own in a corner, its feather shimmering with silver ink. Globes of softly glowing light float near the ceiling, each holding an image inside, a memory perhaps, or a possibility. One sphere drifts closer to you. Inside, you see yourself, not as you are, but as you are when you're lost in thought. The version of you that stares at the moon, that pauses mid-task to follow a half-formed idea, that feels something spark when learning something new. You realize, with a sudden tenderness, that you have always belonged to this quiet, curious magic. You just rarely name it. The second secret of the eagle, Lou whispers, is that questions are more powerful than answers. Answers end a path. Questions open one. You place your hand beneath the floating sphere. It lowers into your palm, warm and weightless, like a captured star. It pulses once, twice, and dissolves into your skin, leaving behind a subtle brightness in the space just behind your eyes. A small awakening. You blink, and the room sharpens, details blooming into clarity you hadn't noticed before. Tiny runes etched into the shelves, a faint draft carrying the scent of lavender and frost, the soft ticking of an unseen clock marking time, not in seconds, but in thoughts. In this chamber, your mind does not rush. It unfurls. You realize, Lou murmurs, that wisdom is not distant or unreachable. It is the quiet voice you often ignore, the one that whispers when your world becomes too loud. You close the blue book gently. As you do, a soft wind moves through the chamber, not cold, but bracing, like a breath that cleans the fog from a window. Pages flutter. Candles steady themselves. The shadows retreat into neat corners. The room has shown you what it wanted to show, but it has not finished. Before you leave, Lou says, there is one last secret this house wants you to carry. You turn toward the window. The clouds part for just a moment, allowing a single starbeam to slide across the floor, up the table, and settle on your chest. You feel it, a light, sharp clarity, like the moment a thought clicks into place after days of confusion, or the instant you finally understand something about yourself that had been waiting patiently to be seen. The true wisdom of the eagle, Lou whispers, is not knowing more, but seeing more. The light fades slowly, as though sinking into your breathing, your pulse, your awareness. You step back from the table. The book's quiet. The floating lights drift upward again, satisfied. As you cross the threshold of the chamber, the banner of blue and bronze flutters once, like a wing waving farewell. You are back in the candlelit hall. But something in you is different, Your thoughts feel spacious, your senses sharper, your curiosity awake like a constellation newly lit. Ahead, the green and silver banner stirs, not with warmth, not with starlight, but with a low magnetic pull like the tide drawing water toward the deep. Another secret waits. Another part of you is ready to be revealed. And the castle is listening. The hall grows quieter as you approach the green and silver banner. Not silent, for Hogwarts nunca está verdaderamente en silencio, but quieter in a deeper, older way. The air thickens, like mist rising over cold water. The candles above you burn lower, their flames narrowing into tall, steady shapes, casting long shadows that stretch toward the banner as if drawn by something unseen. You feel a subtle pressure in your chest. Not fear, not discomfort, just awareness. A sharpened presence, like stepping into a room where someone has been thinking intensely. The serpent does not call with warmth, Lou murmurs, her voice dropping into a softer register, but with depth. And depth can feel like darkness until your eyes adjust. As you stand before the banner, green and silver ripple like moonlight gliding over deep water. The serpent embroidered there does not look threatening. It looks ancient, watching, studying, as if weighing who you are and who you might become. You lift a hand, touching the edge of the fabric. It is cooler than the others, almost metallic. A faint pulse travels through your fingertips, like a secret testing your intentions. Behind the banner, a narrow corridor reveals itself, carved not from stone, but from something darker, smoother, like polished obsidian. You step inside. At once the air becomes colder, but not unwelcomingly so, just honest. A cold that wakes you. A cold that forces you to feel your own breath. The floor glimmers beneath your feet, reflecting your silhouette as though you walk on a river at night. Torches line the corridor, each flame green as emeralds catching sunlight underwater. They burn silently. No crackle, no smoke, just a steady, unwavering flame. A flame that refuses to falter. This house, Lou whispers, does not worship ambition. It understands it. You turn a corner, and the corridor opens into a chamber unlike anything you have seen tonight. It is circular, but the walls are not shelves of books nor tapestries of roaring lions. They are mirrors, tall, elegant, shifting slightly as though alive. Some reflect you exactly as you stand. Others reflect versions of you altered by light, by shadow, by possibility. In the center of the chamber lies a pool, a wide, still mirror of water so perfectly glass-like that for a moment you think it is solid. But when you step closer, you see ripples quivering across its surface, as though reacting to thoughts you haven't yet spoken. The serpent's first secret, Lou says, is that self-knowledge is not gentle, it is sharp. It cuts through illusions, especially the ones we create about ourselves. You kneel beside the pool. In its surface, you see not just your reflection, but flickers of old choices. The times you acted from fear, the times you acted from strength, the roads you turned away from, the ones you chased without fully knowing why. The water shifts. Another image appears. A moment in your life when you wanted something deeply, but hid the wanting because you feared judgment. A memory rises behind it. A dream once dismissed as too much, too bold, too impossible. You feel a quiet ache in your chest, not painful, just honest. This is ambition, Lou murmurs. Not greed, not cruelty, but the courage to admit what your soul desires before the world gives you permission. You place your hand above the pool, not touching it, but close enough that your warmth creates tiny ripples. The reflection shifts again. Now you see yourself standing in a future that feels both frightening and exhilarating. A version of you who did not shrink, who did not apologize for wanting more from life, who dared to step into a destiny shaped by choice, not by fear. A soft hum vibrates through the chamber. You look up. The mirrors on the walls shimmer. Some reflect you with shadows behind you, some with light, some with crowns of silver thorns. some with open hands holding glowing spheres. Every reflection is a possibility. None is a lie. The serpent's second secret, Lou continues, is transformation. Not the kind taught in classrooms, but the kind born from facing your own depth and not turning away. One mirror near you shifts into a memory. You standing at a threshold you were too afraid to cross. You holding back truth to keep peace for others. You shrinking to fit a space that was never meant for you. Another mirror flashes moments where you rose. You speaking when your voice trembled. You protecting someone quietly. You daring to dream again after disappointment. The chamber does not judge which moments are worthy. It shows them all with equal clarity, as if saying, "This is you, all of it. And you are still becoming." You stand slowly. Your reflection stands with you. Not the polished, controlled version you show the world, nor the fragile one you hide. A truer one. One shaped by shadow and light together. The serpent's third secret, Lou whispers, is that darkness is not meant to consume you. It is meant to define the edges of your light. The pool glows faintly, as though accepting your presence. You feel something unfold in your chest. A quiet strength, steadier than bravery, sharper than intellect, gentler than pride. It is the strength of someone who knows what they want and no longer apologizes for it. As you turn to leave the chamber, the mirrors settle into stillness. Your reflection looks back at you, calm, centered, quietly powerful. As if acknowledging a pact sealed silently in the air, you step back into the corridor. This time, the cold air feels invigorating, like a breath drawn before taking a necessary step. The green flames pulse once in farewell. You push aside the serpent's banner and emerge once more into the long hall. The candles seem brighter now. The rain at the windows forms constellations on the glass as lightning flickers somewhere far beyond the grounds. You feel different, more anchored, more honest, more awake. Ahead of you, the yellow and black banner stirs with gentle warmth, like sunlight gathering behind a curtain. Another secret, softer than the last, waits to be discovered. And the castle. Oh, the castle has been waiting for you to reach this part. The yellow and black banner glows softly ahead, not with fire or starlight or shadow, but with something warmer, something familiar, something that feels like the first moment after you finally set down a heavy burden. The air shifts again as you walk toward it. It becomes warmer, gentler, as if scented with sunlight on bread, with earth after rain, with a quiet kindness that has no need to announce itself. The candles above you flicker with golden halos, and for the first time tonight, you feel not observed, not tested, but welcomed. Lou's voice returns, softer now, as if she, too, lowers her tone in respect for this particular kind of magic. The magic of the badger, she whispers, is not loud, not sharp, not ambitious. It is steady. It is enduring. It is the kind of strength that does not break because it bends. You touch the edge of the Hufflepuff banner. The fabric is warm, shockingly warm, as if someone has held it moments before you arrived. Behind it, a soft golden doorway opens, curving downward into a gentle spiral. You step inside. At once the air becomes richer, filled with the scent of herbs, fresh bread, and something floral and bright, like chamomile blooming in morning light. The passage slopes downward, carved not by harsh tools, but by hands that shape the stone with care. Its ceiling is low, encouraging you to bow your head slightly, not in humiliation, but in humility. This house, Lou murmurs, teaches the kind of strength that comes from lowering your guard without losing yourself. The corridor opens into a round chamber bathed in golden light. It feels almost alive, as though the walls themselves exhale warmth. Small round windows sit low to the ground, revealing a garden soaked in gentle moonlight. Rows of herbs, clusters of sunlit flowers sleeping through the rain, and the soft glow of magical lantern bugs drifting lazily in the air. Inside, the room is full of textures. Thick knitted blankets, handmade cushions, worn wooden tables etched with initials of long-gone students, and steaming mugs left on saucers, as though their owners just stepped out for a moment. You feel your entire body loosening, as though someone just pulled a thorn from your chest you didn't know was there. This is not just comfort, Lou says gently. It is restoration. You walk farther inside. A stone oven sits against one wall, its embers still glowing softly. The scent of warm bread drifts from it, the kind of bread shared freely, the kind baked not for show, but for nourishment. You place a hand near the warmth, and something unexpected happens. A wave of emotion moves through you, but it is not dramatic, not overwhelming. It is quiet, the feeling of being allowed to rest, perhaps for the first time in a very long while. The world teaches you, Lou murmurs, that worth must be earned through noise, through perfection, through achievement. But Hufflepuff whispers a different truth. You are worthy simply because you exist. You walk to a low wooden table where a small golden cup rests. You recognize its shape from ancient stories, but here it does not gleam with magical power or radiate grandeur. It simply sits, gentle and humble, holding a single yellow flower resting inside like a wish. You lift the cup carefully. It is warm, as if someone moments ago had filled it with light, and you feel seen. Not for your accomplishments, not for your failures, not for your strengths or weaknesses, seen in the simple truth of being human. The badger's first secret, Lou whispers, is that kindness is not softness. It is courage wearing gentleness as armor. A window nearby fogs with warmth, and when you wipe it with your palm, you see visions layered over the moonlit garden. A student comforting another in the corridor, hands washing dishes together after a feast, friends laughing over burnt biscuits, a professor placing a blanket over a sleeping child, someone crying quietly while a badger sits beside them, simply staying. None of these are grand. None will be recorded in history books. But you feel your heart tighten in recognition. These are the moments, Lou says, that keep the world standing. You turn and notice a series of small doors along the walls, not tall, not imposing, each unique, painted with symbols of plants, moons, and little creatures. One door glows softly with warm amber light. You kneel beside it and open it gently. Inside is a tiny alcove filled with handwritten letters. They are not labeled. They belong to no one, and yet somehow they belong to everyone. You pick one up. In looping handwriting, it reads, "You are allowed to rest. You are allowed to grow slowly. You are allowed to be loved as you are." Your throat tightens. The golden cup in your hand warms further, as if agreeing with the message, as if blessing it. The badger's second secret, Lou whispers, is patience, not the patience of waiting, but the patience of becoming. You close the little door with quiet reverence. The room brightens just a touch, and you notice something you hadn't before. A path of pale gold light leading out of the chamber toward another doorway. You follow it. As you reach the threshold, the warmth of the room settles inside your chest, like embers meant to glow quietly through winter. This house, Lou says gently, reminds you that you do not walk alone, and you do not need to earn rest. Rest is part of the journey. Rest is part of courage. Rest is part of becoming. You pass back beneath the yellow and black banner. The long hall greets you once more. Candles, rain, stone, shadow. But everything feels softer, as though you carry a piece of sunlight inside you now. Ahead, the four banners no longer feel separate. They feel like a single story, told in four voices, waiting for you to weave them into your own. You take a slow breath. The air tastes of rain and old magic. Lou's voice returns with a smile you can hear. 4 houses, 4 secrets, and one final revelation waiting ahead. Not abruptly, not with thunder or flashes of magic, but slowly, like mist shifting to reveal a path that was always there, waiting for your eyes to soften enough to see it. The candles, once bright and curious, now steady themselves into long, patient flames. The air grows warmer in some places, cooler in others, as though the castle is subtly adjusting the atmosphere to match your breathing. You take a step, and something unexpected happens. The floor beneath you hums. A faint vibration, soft as a heartbeat hidden beneath layers of ancient stone. It is not frightening. It is familiar, like the feeling of touching a book that meant something to you, or standing in a place where you once felt safe. Lou's voice returns, not louder but closer, as if she is now walking beside you. You have walked through the 4 houses, she murmurs, but there is one more presence here, older than the founders, older than the chambers, older even than the stones. You inhale, and you feel it, not outside you, around you, below you, within you. Hogwarts, Lou whispers, is alive. The hall stretches forward, its arches bending slightly as if bowing to acknowledge your arrival. Soft light filters through high windows, even though the rain continues outside, as if some inner sun refuses to let the night grow heavy. You walk. Your footsteps make no sound now. The castle absorbs them gently, as though memorizing your presence. To understand the houses, Lou says, you must understand the heart that holds them. For Hogwarts was not built merely as a school. It was built as a sanctuary, a refuge, a promise. The torches dim, the stones warm. The air thickens with a quiet hum like a lullaby sung in a forgotten language. You feel your pulse match the rhythm, and then you notice something extraordinary. The portraits on the walls are not moving, not sleeping, not pretending. They are watching. Their eyes shimmer with ancient awareness, but they do not speak, as though instructed to remain silent for this part of your journey. You pass beneath one archway, then another, until the hall opens into a vast circular chamber you have never seen before. But somehow, you recognize it. This, Lou breathes, is the Heartstone Hall. The room is enormous, yet feels intimate, like standing inside the chest of a giant creature breathing slowly. Pillars of pale stone rise like ribs, and the ceiling curves into a perfect dome, painted with constellations you've never seen in the sky above the grounds. At the center of the floor lies a massive stone medallion, etched with the symbols of the 4 houses: lion, eagle, serpent, badger, interlocked in a circle. But there is a 5th symbol in the center. Not an animal, not a crest, a spiral. Softly carved, glowing faintly, like the swirl of a galaxy seen from a great distance. You approach it, feeling a warmth flood your chest. The founders believed, Lou murmurs, that magic itself had a memory, that every kindness, every lesson, every act of courage or sacrifice left an imprint on the castle. And over time, Hogwarts began to awaken. You kneel before the spiral. Your hand trembles slightly as you reach toward it, not from fear, but from reverence, as though touching something sacred. The stone is warm, alive. A soft pull tugs at your fingertips, not dragging you in, not overwhelming you, just inviting, like someone offering their hand to help you step into light. The moment your skin brushes the surface, the room brightens, not with fire, not with electricity, with memory. Visions bloom like petals in the air around you. A young witch lighting candles for frightened students during a storm. A boy staying awake through the night to walk a lonely friend back to the dormitory. A professor leaving warm bread outside a door where someone cried silently. A group of students from different houses working together on a spell meant to protect the castle's soft, human, ordinary moments. Yet each one radiating a gentle magic stronger than any duel. These, Lou whispers, are the true foundations of Hogwarts. Not stone, not magic, people. You watch another memory rise. A founder, you can't tell which, placing a hand on the castle's first cornerstone. 4 others join, their fingers brushing. Light bursts between their palms, not harsh, but warm as though they are sealing a vow that still lives in these halls. This is the 5th secret, Lou says, her voice thick with emotion. The castle listens, the castle remembers, and the castle responds to the hearts that walk within it. The medallion glows brighter under your hand. You feel something stirring deep inside you, something like a forgotten dream, a long silenced hope, a version of yourself you left behind because the world demanded you grow up too fast. The spiral pulses gently. A question forms in the air above it, silent but clear. What do you wish to become? Not who. What? What shape of soul? What rhythm of life? What magic of heart? You swallow, feeling tears press softly against the back of your eyes. Not sadness. Release. It is not asking for perfection, Lou whispers. It is asking for honesty. Hogwarts does not choose heroes. It chooses seekers. Your breath grows unsteady. Because maybe, just maybe, you came tonight not only to learn the secrets of the houses, but to remember something about yourself that you have long forgotten. The spiral glows brighter, not demanding, encouraging, inviting. Whatever you offer here, Lou murmurs, the castle will hold with gentleness. This is where the stories of the houses become the story of you. You place your hand fully on the spiral. Warmth moves through your arm, your chest, your throat, your mind. Not burning, not consuming, just opening like sunrise spilling softly across a quiet field. You exhale shakily, and the room exhales with you. Light swells, filling the chamber, washing over the walls, lifting dust motes into soft constellations. The castle has spoken. Your journey is changing, and you are not the same person who stepped through the lion's fire, or the eagle's silence, or the serpent's shadow, or the badger's warmth. You rise slowly, your hand slipping from the spiral, though its warmth stays with you. As the light dims, you see a new doorway open ahead, tall, arched, shimmering with pale silver and gold. Lou's voice smiles beside you. The silver and gold archway opens with no sound at all. No creaking hinges, no gust of enchanted wind. Just space. Space unfolding before you as though it had always existed, waiting for this exact moment when your steps would finally align with it. The air inside is different from every room you've visited. Not warm like Gryffindor's hearth. Not cool like Ravenclaw's tower. Not sharp like Slytherin's shadows. Not soft like Hufflepuff's golden chamber. Here, the air feels old. Ancient even. As if each particle has witnessed centuries and carries stories that words cannot hold. You step through the archway. The corridor stretches forward, long and narrow, its floor made of pale stone streaked with veins of silver that shimmer faintly as you walk. The ceiling curves overhead like the inside of a shell, carved with swirling patterns that look suspiciously alive. You lift your hand toward them. The patterns respond, glowing softly, shifting into constellations, then into flowing script too old for you to recognize, yet somehow intuitively familiar. Lou's voice hums beside you, low and reverent. You are walking through the breath of the castle, she murmurs. This corridor is where memory becomes possibility, where the past touches the present, and the present reaches toward what you have yet to become. A warm shiver moves down your spine, because you can feel it. The walls here do not simply exist. They listen. You take another step. Your footsteps echo like heartbeats, not loud, but rhythmic, steady, alive. Ahead, soft lights appear on the floor, one by one, as if guiding you, revealing the path, inch by inch, never rushing you, never overwhelming you. This is the corridor of remembrance, Lou continues. Not remembrance of history, but remembrance of self. You inhale, and something inside your memory stirs, like a drawer you once closed carefully beginning to slide open without your hand touching it. Not painful memories, not harsh ones, just forgotten ones. Moments small enough to slip through the cracks, but meaningful enough to remain alive in your bones. You see them flicker along the walls, not as visions, but as soft impressions. A time you were kind without thinking, a time you forgave quietly, a night you stayed awake just to keep someone company, a dream you once held gently, but let go too early. A moment you chose honesty, even when your voice trembled. Each impression glows briefly, then dissolves into silver sparkles that drift upward like fireflies ascending into the dark. You keep walking, and then a doorway appears on your right. It was not there before. You would swear it didn't exist even a heartbeat ago. Its frame is carved with delicate vines that seem to curl toward you as if sensing your presence. A soft golden ripple moves across its surface. Lou whispers, "There are doors that open only when you are ready." Your heart tightens. You reach for the handle. It is warm, warmer than it should be, as though a hand identical to yours held it moments ago. You push the door open. Inside is a small, round room bathed in soft white light. No furniture, no artifacts, no banners. Just light, pure, steady, glowing softly from nowhere and everywhere at once. And in the center of the room, a mirror. But not a mirror of glass, a mirror of light. Its surface shifts gently like moonlight reflected on calm water. You feel your breath catch. "What you see here," Lou murmurs tenderly, "is not your reflection. It is your becoming." You step closer. The light ripples, and slowly an image forms. Not your face, not your body, not the you of today. A version of you illuminated by courage you haven't claimed yet, wisdom you are still learning to trust, depth you are beginning to understand, kindness you give more freely to others than to yourself. You feel emotion rise in your throat, warm and raw. This version of you looks stronger not because they carry no wounds, but because they carry them honestly. "This," Lou whispers, "is who Hogwarts sees when it looks at you." The image reaches out, not physically, but symbolically, inviting you not to change, but to remember. Remember the dreams you buried. Remember the strength you downplayed. Remember the softness you thought was weakness. Remember the magic you thought belonged only to stories. A tear slips down your cheek before you can stop it. Not sadness, recognition. You lift a hand toward the mirror of light. Its surface warms beneath your palm, a pulse traveling through your skin and settling gently into your chest. Lou speaks again, barely above a whisper. "The sixth secret is this. You were never meant to fit one house. You were meant to walk among all of them and discover the magic they awaken within you." Your breath steadies. Your hands stop trembling. Your heart feels open in a way you didn't expect tonight. As the light fades, the mirror dissolves into soft golden dust that drifts upward and disappears into the ceiling. The room brightens once more, then dims into gentle twilight. You turn toward the door. It is already open for you. The corridor awaits, torchlight shimmering softly, stones humming with quiet approval. You step back into the hall, and for a moment, a single heartbeat. You feel the castle exhale, as if it has been waiting for you to finally arrive at this part of yourself. Lou's voice smiles in your ear. "Shall we continue?" The corridor welcomes you again, its silver-veined stones glowing with a gentler pulse now, as though approving of the reflection you just faced, as though acknowledging a quiet truth. Some journeys unfold outward, but the most important ones unfold inward. You walk slowly, still feeling the warmth of the mirror of becoming settled beneath your ribs like a new, steady sun. The torches ahead brighten in a soft wave, one after another, until you reach a curve in the corridor where the air feels different again. Lighter, warmer, as though touched by laughter and by something far older than joy. Storytelling. Lou's voice returns, not whispering this time, but speaking with a tone of gentle awe. "You have learned the secrets of the houses, but now you will learn something older. Older than banners, older than founders, older even than magic itself." You turn the corner. A wooden door stands ahead, arched at the top, its surface carved with spirals and symbols that move like soft waves of wind through tall grass. Not dramatic magic, not overwhelming, just alive. You press your palm to the wood. It opens without a sound. Inside is a circular room bathed in warm, golden candlelight. Yet the candles hang from no walls and rest on no tables. They float, drifting gently like tiny suns slowed by some unseen tide. The floor is covered in patchwork rugs woven with colors from every house: scarlet, blue, green, gold. Their threads overlap, intertwine, merge, a tapestry of unity woven by countless hands. At the center of the room sits a chair. Not a throne, not a professor's seat, just a simple wooden chair, smooth with age and worn by presence. Someone once sat here. Many someones. You feel it instantly. Lou speaks softly. This is the storykeeper's chamber, where memories become guidance, and guidance becomes stories, and stories choose who needs them most. You approach the chair, but you do not sit, not yet. Because on the chair rests a book, or perhaps book is not quite the right word. Its cover is made of soft, faded leather, and its pages shimmer faintly like moonlit parchment. But what makes it unusual is that it has no title, no name, no symbol, no script. It waits, patient, open, expectant. You kneel beside it, and as your hand hovers above the cover, the book reacts. Its surface warms. A faint breath of golden dust lifts from its pages, swirling like soft fireflies. Words begin to form on the first page, not written but revealed, as though they were always there and simply needed someone willing to read them. The letters glow softly. Lou's voice guides you gently. Every soul who walks these halls carries a story, not the story told by the world, but the story whispered by the heart. This room holds those stories, not to define you, but to remind you. You lean closer, and the first words appear. Once upon a time, you were braver than you believe. You inhale sharply. The page shimmers again. Once upon a time, you were softer than the world allowed. Another breath. The candles circle slowly around you, providing light as if they, too, wish for you to read on. Once upon a time, you dreamed without apology. Your chest tightens. Not in pain, but in recognition. You turn the page. But before words appear, the book pauses. The candles dim. The air holds its breath, and then you understand. This book is not showing the past. It is asking for something else. Not memory, not knowledge, but honesty. Lou whispers, her voice gentle as a hand on the heart. The story continues only when you admit what you long for, what you fear, what you hope to become. You close your eyes. For a moment, there is only silence, deep, absolute, a silence that feels like being wrapped in calmness you didn't know you needed. And then, your own truth rises, not in words, not in sentences, but in feeling, the kind that lives in the chest, in the quiet corners of the mind, in the shadows of forgotten desire. When you open your eyes, the book glows again. New words unfold slowly, like petals opening in morning light. Your story is not finished, and the parts you hide hold the key to who you are becoming. A warmth spreads across your skin, comforting, grounding, as though the room itself is holding space for you. You turn another page, and this time, the book reveals a message written in soft silver ink. Your heart has walked through fire, through shadow, through silence, through gentleness. Do you see it now? You hold all 4 houses within you. You swallow, emotion rising like a tide, because it feels true. You do feel the fire of courage, the clarity of wisdom, the depth of shadow, the warmth of kindness, all mingling inside you like threads woven into a single tapestry. The candles brighten. The room breathes again. Lou's voice shifts into something soft and contemplative. The storykeeper's chamber is not here to teach you the secrets of Hogwarts. It is here to teach you the secret of yourself. The floor beneath you warms gently. You place a hand over your heart, almost instinctively, and the book responds. Its final message appears, simple and profound. Your story is waiting for you to live it fully. The words fade into shimmering dust. The book closes softly on its own, as though bowing. A light breeze sweeps through the chamber, guiding you back toward the doorway. You stand slowly, feeling lighter, clearer, as though you've shed a weight you weren't aware you carried. Before stepping out, you pause. Something in the room shifts. You look back. The chair is empty again. The book rests quietly. The candles drift into a gentle orbit, and you feel, not told, but felt, that this room will always be here whenever you need to find yourself again. You step into the corridor. The door closes with a soft, accepting sigh. Lou speaks one last time, her voice warm with pride. Let us continue. The castle has more to show you. The corridor narrows now, just a little. Not enough to make you uncomfortable, but enough to remind you that some paths are meant to be walked deliberately. The glow that once guided your steps grows softer, almost hesitant, as though the light itself knows that you are approaching a part of the journey that requires gentleness. Lou's voice comes quiet, low enough that you lean inward without noticing. Every heart, she says, carries a room where fears sleep. Tonight, you will open that room, not to fight what is inside, but to learn how to walk through it without losing yourself. You exhale slowly. The air grows cooler around you, but not cold. It is the temperature of dusk, the moment when light and shadow share the same breath. Ahead, a door waits. It is the simplest one you have seen. No carvings, no symbols, no glow. Just wood. Plain, quiet, patient. You walk toward it. Your steps sound different here. Not echoes, but soft thumps, as though the castle is cushioning your approach to keep this moment from feeling overwhelming. When you stop before the door, you feel something shift, not in the room, in you. A faint flutter, deep in the chest, like a bird stirring after long stillness. Lou speaks again, barely above a whisper. You have faced courage, wisdom, ambition, kindness, and the story of who you are becoming. Now you face the shadow that follows every journey, the fear of your own depth. Your hand rises to the door. It is warm, not warm like fire or sunlight, warm like breath, like someone resting their palm on the other side. You push it open. Darkness greets you, but not complete darkness. A soft, shifting dark, like the moment just before dawn, when the world has not chosen its colors yet. You step inside. The floor beneath your feet is smooth stone, cool and grounding. The air is neither stale nor heavy. It feels strangely, like the silence inside a held breath. As your eyes adjust, shapes emerge from the shadows. Not creatures, not figures, not threats. Shadows shaped like memories. Some stand tall, some coil low, some drift like smoke around the edges of your awareness. They do not move toward you. They wait. Lou's voice echoes softly from everywhere and nowhere. This chamber does not show your worst fears. It shows the fears you pretend not to have. You swallow. One shadow shifts, softening into the outline of a moment when you doubted yourself but said nothing. Another flickers into the shape of a dream you once held close and quietly abandoned. A third stretches long and thin, like the fear of disappointing someone. Anyone. Everyone. Your breath catches. None of these shadows frighten you. They hurt, but gently, like a truth you recognize but rarely name. You take a step closer. The shadows lean back, as though stunned that you would approach willingly. Lou murmurs, "This is the secret of the 8th chamber, that fear is not your enemy. It is a story you have not finished reading." You stand before the nearest shadow. It shifts into clarity, a version of you holding back a desire, silencing a truth, pretending to feel smaller than you are. Your chest tightens, but something inside you understands. This is not judgment. This is remembrance. You reach out. The shadow gently dissolves when your fingertips touch it, turning into warm light that flows into your palm and disappears. The warmth spreads up your arm into your chest. And suddenly, you understand something. Fear is not a wall. It is a door. and it opens toward who you long to become. You walk deeper. More shadows appear. Moments of hesitation, self-doubt, silence when you needed voice when you needed stillness. But with every step you take, the shadows retreat slightly, as though they recognize your willingness to see them without shame. Lou's voice grows stronger, but no less gentle. Courage taught you to stand. Wisdom taught you to see. Ambition taught you to own your desires. Kindness taught you to rest. But here, fear teaches you that you do not have to be perfect to walk forward. You pause. A final shadow stands before you, larger than the others, quiet, watchful. You know this one. You have carried it for years, not as an enemy, but as a companion. It steps closer, its shape flickering between uncertainty and longing. Ask it, Lou whispers, what it wants you to understand. You breathe in, slow, steady, and speak softly into the chamber. What is your purpose? The shadow does not roar. It does not grow. It does not strike. It simply softens. And in a voice made of wind, of memory, of the space between heartbeats, it whispers, I only wanted you to be safe. Your eyes sting, because it's true. Your greatest fear has always been a misguided guardian, trying to protect you from disappointment, from rejection, from trying, from dreaming. You reach out again. The shadow leans in, hesitant, like someone learning to trust touch for the first time. When your hand goes through it, the shadow melts into a warm glow that wraps around your spine and settles at the base of your heart. A fullness fills you. Not confidence, not triumph, but peace. Lou breathes gently. The eighth secret is this. When you face your fear with compassion, it becomes courage in softer clothing. The chamber brightens, not with sudden light, but with clarity. A soft gold mist rises from the floor and dissolves into the ceiling. The shadows vanish. You are alone. But you do not feel alone. You feel accompanied by every version of yourself that once trembled and kept going anyway. You turn back toward the door. As you touch the handle, the chamber whispers one last truth. Your fear was never proof of weakness. It was proof of your desire to live fully. You step out. The door closes softly behind you. The corridor feels different now, wider, warmer, as though the castle itself approves of your bravery. Ahead, a faint new glow awakens in the stone pathway, inviting you forward. Lou's voice smiles with quiet pride. Come. There are still 2 secrets waiting. The corridor ahead brightens only slightly, as if the castle knows you need a gentle transition from the room where your fears softened into truth. Your steps feel different now. Not lighter exactly, but steadier, as though something inside you has shifted into its rightful place. The torches flicker with a new rhythm, their green and gold flames swaying like quiet breath. Lou's voice returns, not whispering, but speaking with the tone of someone leading you deeper into a mystery that cannot be rushed. You have faced the chambers of courage, mind, depth, heart, and fear, she says softly. But there is a part of Hogwarts that belongs not to the houses, nor to the founders, nor even to magic. A pause. It belongs to memory. As you walk, the corridor widens into a large archway. The stone above it is carved with symbols, spirals, stars, fragments of forgotten runes, glowing faintly like embers under snow. You touch one of the runes. It warms instantly beneath your fingertip. A whisper escapes it, not in any language you know, yet somehow familiar, like the echo of something once heard long ago. You step through the archway. The space beyond does not look like a room at first. It looks like night. A vast chamber stretches outward, its ceiling lost in darkness, its floor a polished black stone reflecting the faint shimmer of floating lights above you. Tiny orbs drifting like wandering stars. You inhale softly. The air smells of old parchment, rain-soaked windows, and something faintly sweet, the scent of nostalgia itself. Lou's voice becomes quieter here, as though even she is humbled by this place. This is the Chamber of Echoes, she explains. A room that holds the moments you have forgotten and the ones that have not forgotten you. You take a step forward, and something extraordinary happens. The room reacts. Light rises from the floor, slow ripples spreading outward like water disturbed by a pebble. Then, a memory emerges. Not a memory of Hogwarts, not a memory of magic, a memory of you, faint at first, made only of light and suggestion, but unmistakably yours. You see yourself at an age when you believed in impossible things without needing proof. A younger version of you, eyes bright, heart unshielded, running toward a dream without worrying about failing. The vision flickers. The younger you looks up, not at the ceiling, not at the room, but at you. You feel something break open inside you, a tenderness, a grief, a joy. The memory dissolves gently. Another rises, this one quieter, you sitting alone somewhere, thinking the world had stopped hearing you, yet still holding on to hope in the shape of a small, stubborn flame. The chamber holds these moments gently, like cupped hands holding soft light. Lou speaks. Memories do not vanish. When they fade, they slip into the castle's echo and wait for the moment you are ready to meet them again. The next echo forms. You standing at the edge of a decision. A moment when you almost walked away from something important, but didn't. A moment that felt small at the time, but shaped your entire path. Your breath catches. You never realized how many turning points were quiet and uncelebrated. You walk deeper into the chamber. The lights drift closer now, orbiting you like fireflies drawn to the warmth of your presence. One touches your shoulder. A memory unfolds behind your eyes. A moment when you were kind without expecting anything in return. A moment when your heart chose softness instead of armor. A moment you forgot because the world never praised you for it. But the castle remembers. It has held this memory like a secret treasure until now. This, Lou murmurs, is the 9th secret. Your life has been filled with quiet magic you never gave yourself credit for. The chamber grows brighter, not because more light appears, but because something inside you unlocks. A presence forms near you, not a person, not a creature, a shape made of soft gold and silver strands, the silhouette of a guardian woven from the echoes of your own past. It moves closer, almost shyly, as if waiting for permission to exist. You lift your hand toward it. It mirrors the gesture. And when your fingers meet, light passes between you like a warm tide. Not painful, not overwhelming. Just true. You hear a whisper inside your chest. You were never alone. Your knees weaken, not from sorrow, from recognition. Every step, every struggle, every moment you thought you carried your life alone. Something walked with you. A memory of resilience, a thread of hope, a quiet guardian born from your own strength. Lou's voice softens into something almost reverent. You are not shaped only by what hurt you. You are shaped by what you survived, and by the love you gave even when you received none. The orbs drift upward and settle high in the darkness like new stars forming constellations. The guardian of light bows its head and gently dissolves into the floor, leaving behind a faint shimmer that settles into the cracks of the stone. You take a breath, deep, steady, awakened. The chamber shifts again, its edges becoming clearer. A doorway forms at the far end, arched and glowing with a soft white light. Lou speaks one more time as you walk toward it. The echoes have shown you who you were. The next secret will show you who you still can be. You step through the door. The chamber falls behind you like a quiet exhale. The doorway behind you closes with a hush, as though the castle itself is taking a final, gentle breath. The corridor ahead glows softly. Not gold, not silver, but a light so pale and warm it feels like the color of hope. You walk forward. Your steps sound different now. Not heavier, not lighter, but fuller, as though each one carries every truth you've gathered along this journey. The torches fade behind you, until the corridor becomes illuminated only by small orbs of floating light that drift around your shoulders like companions. Lou's voice echoes gently, but there is something new in her tone now, an unmistakable reverence. You have walked through shadow and silence, through courage and kindness, through memory and fear. Now comes the last secret, the one Hogwarts cannot teach you, but can only show you. You reach the end of the corridor. A vast arched door stands before you, crafted not from wood or stone, but from light, weaving and unweaving itself like a living tapestry. It pulses faintly, as though sensing your presence. You lift your hand. The door warms instantly beneath your palm, and for a moment you feel the castle's heartbeat match your own. Then the doorway opens. Light spills outward, gentle, weightless, brighter than any flame you've seen tonight, yet soft enough to hold in your bare hands. You step inside. The space beyond is wide and open, a circular hall with no ceiling, only a sky of swirling clouds and stars drifting lazily like lanterns released into the night. The center of the room holds a pedestal. On it rests a single glowing sphere, no larger than a candle flame, yet radiating warmth powerful enough to wrap your entire being in calm. Lou speaks, her voice barely more than a breath. This is the Hearthlight, the oldest enchantment of Hogwarts. It does not judge. It does not command. It does not choose for you. You approach the pedestal. The Hearthlight brightens as though glad you finally arrived. Lou continues. It only mirrors the magic you have carried all along. You stand before the light. It pulses, once, twice, then it shifts, not in color, but in shape. It becomes a flame, then a feather, then a ripple of water, then a seed, then a small, radiant star. It is showing you possibilities. It is showing you your own magic in every form you've forgotten to recognize. Lou whispers, "The final secret of Hogwarts is not about houses, or founders, or spells, or chambers. It is this, a pause. The greatest magic in this castle is the magic you bring into it." The Hearthlight brightens, casting soft beams across the floor. Images appear in the light, not memories, not fears, but potential. You choosing courage in moments when certainty is nowhere in sight. You allowing yourself to grow even when the world tells you to stay small. You offering kindness in places that feel empty. You daring to dream after disappointments whispered you shouldn't. You walking forward simply because something inside you knows there is more to seek. The images drift softly like petals on a warm wind. And suddenly, without warning, the Hearthlight rises. It hovers before you, close enough to touch. Lou's voice is soft, filled with something that sounds like pride. This light is not here to show you destiny. It is here to remind you that you still get to choose. Every day, every breath, every quiet step, the Hearthlight moves closer. You feel warmth spread across your chest, as if the castle has placed a gentle hand over your heart. Lou whispers, "You have learned the secrets of Hogwarts, but now the castle asks you one last question." The room falls silent. The Hearthlight shines brighter, soft gold spilling across your face. The question rises in your mind, simple yet vast enough to reshape a life. What kind of magic do you wish to bring into the world? Not power, not perfection, not achievement. Magic, your magic. The magic of being fully, authentically, gently yourself. You close your eyes. A breath rises inside your chest, slow, warm, filled with everything you've learned tonight. When you open your eyes again, the Hearthlight drifts forward and dissolves into your heart like a soft, warm star. The hall brightens. The sky above opens. The castle hums with satisfaction, a sound like a blessing. Lou's voice speaks one final time. Your journey does not end here. It begins here, with the magic you now carry and the courage to let it shine. The lights fade. The room closes. And yet, you feel the Hearthlight within you still, glowing quietly, patiently, ready to guide your next step. This is the final secret. You were always the spell. You were always the magic. And now, the world awaits what only you can bring. The story ends here, so that your own story may begin.